Welcome to RPG Capper, the channel where we cap RPGs of various design. Coming to you live from the soda dimension where the bottle caps live and the CO2 bubbles never stop rising. Today, we are going to conclude Phantasy Star for the Sega Master System, with the level cap being 30, and our current status, level 28 for Alice, level 29 for MYAU, level 29 for ODIN, and level 29 for Noah. Let's conclude our adventure. Okay, we're starting off in Twin Town. So when we last left off, we had cleared the tower by a Malay and made a beeline for Lasik in his sky fortress. Now, we explored the entirety of his fortress, and we confronted Lasik. However, we were not able to best him in combat. We were defeated 3 times, so that's why we had to come back here to Twin Town and Dazorus to face off against some more enemies on the Frozen Plateau to help build up our XP and a little bit of our levels. So why don't we just take a quick look at our opening stats before we get back in the adventure. Level 28 for Alice, accumulated 50,442 experience points, with attack of 114 and defense of 198. And we have level 29 for MYAU, experience of 50,211, attack of 115 with a defense of 187. Odin level 29, experience 50,002 points, attack 126, defense 193, and finally Noah with level 29, experience of 48,087 points, attack 84 and defense 192. Okay, so we did build up our guys a little bit. Now I think that my mistake from last time was I spent too much time exploring Lasik's fortress and letting myself get whittled down by his minions before confronting him, which left me with little MP to use against him in battle. So what I'm going to do first and foremost is we are going to go right back to Palma, confront Lasik again, and see if we're going to have a better result this time. If not, then we're heading back to Dazorus to continue building up our guys. Okay, 20 points. 65,288, okay. We can collect a little bit of mesetas just to help cap off our purse, but as stated before, I don't recognize achievements from a cap purse because money is easy to cap in RPGs. It's usually the experience accumulation and the leveling process that requires more effort, which is why I tend to recognize the cap when those accomplishments have been reached. So we're heading back to Skure. And remember, since the cap is level 30, we have to make sure that all at Alice, MYAU, Odin, and Noah have hit the cap of 30 with the final accumulated XP total being that of 65,535. The unsigned integer cap, which we have seen before in Dragon Warrior. And other 8-bit RPGs would also have that similar cap. Because remember, if it isn't 65,535, it's usually 99,999, but it doesn't appear to be this way for Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star is leaning on the former. Okay, 44 points. And 66 mesetas. Points. 71 mesetas and an arrow to the knee. Oh well. I'm not worried about that anymore because our guys tend to have pretty high HP at this point. And I can always recover back in Comedy District should I come back. 44 points. 174 Macetas. I think that should be enough to help cap off our chest. Yep, that's 65,535, so we don't need to collect any more Macetas. So let's just head back to Skure. Points. $21 points. Points. Let's keep the points coming in. Nope, dead end. Oh. $60 points. Points. $19 points. $21 points. Points. Alright, we're leaving Desirus for the time being. And hopefully we don't have to come back here. But no guarantees. $32 points. 9 points. $10 points. Okay, now I gotta establish the church as the checkpoint. $1,135 for Alice, $9,366 for MYAU, $9,575 for Odin, and Noah needs $1,490. Okay. Not too much for Alice and Noah. So let's save. Wait, let's check our... Okay, we have some lunch packed for the journey, so good. $10 points. $12 points. $25 points. $8 points. $30 points. $8 points. 31 points acquired. $26 points. $52 points. This time I found the right stairway. Because I don't want to have to keep looking at the map. I need to muscle memory this. $30 points. $30 points. $30 points. I think it's this way. $33 points. Okay, yeah, third floor, then down to second, and down to... this way. Okay, first floor. Nope. Once again, I made a wrong turn. Okay, basement 1. Basement 2. $32 points. Nope, nope. Went in, took another wrong turn. Jeez. These dungeons are a real pain in the ass if you don't memorize the maps. But I don't want to have to keep going back and forth between the map and this dungeon. I mean, this tower is more or less cleared. We just have to go through it just to get to Lost Sky Fortress. Ah, that's another dead end. There we go, down to B2. B6, B3. Points. Okay, back up to B2. $32 points. $32 points. $30 points. Points. Moving on. $32 points. Okay, B1. No. Let's just have MYAU do it, because I don't need his trap spell anymore. And I need Noah's precious lightning magic for the battle against Lost. Okay, this should tide us over for a bit. $44 points. Okay, I think this is main floor. Okay, second floor. Third floor. Okay. Rookie mistake. Let's keep going. 26 points. Okay, we're back to the second floor. Let's retrace our steps here. 31 points. Six points. Okay, back to the third floor. Third floor is where the Reapers lie. And the occasional red slime. Points. 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 That just leads to a treasure room, I think. Points. Points. Okay, fourth floor. $58 points. Okay, fifth floor. Just enough magic to disarm that hole and to proceed to the roof. I just don't like the fact that this game does not give you any items that help you recover magic points. I mean, it's nice to have coals and burgers, but there's no food item that can help bolster your MP. Or rather, recover your MP. I consider that a design flaw, sorry. But what's done is done. Anyway, here we are on the roof. Probably have Alice heal up a little bit. Okay. And Prism to reveal the fortress. And the nuts. And we are now attacked by a gold dragon. He's out for blood. Okay, we gotta get rid of him, then head into the fortress. £100. Give everybody a lunch break. Alright, let's save and enter. £65. Okay, B1. $29, and Alice goes up a level. She's now level 29. Noah shouldn't be too far off from his level up. £60. Down to B2. 30 points. Wait, I don't know if this is the correct way to go. I think it's this way. I could be wrong, but anyways, let's just check. Nope, my hunch was correct. Okay, I think this is B3 now. B4. Points. Points acquired. Points. Points. 11 points. And 33 points. Points. Up to B3. Points. Okay, B2. 58 points. No advance to level. Okay. So Alice and Noah have advanced their levels, so MYAU and ODIN now need to go up theirs. $26 points. Now we're at B1. Okay, main floor. So now we're making a beeline for Lost Six Chamber. $65 points. Another 65 points. Okay. And burger for MYAU. Okay. So let's have everyone properly cured up. Okay, ODIN doesn't need to be healed up. And neither does Noah. Okay. So we're saving. Ah, my children, you have done very well to come this far. You are very lucky indeed. Do you really wish to kill an old man? Yes. Alright, then we will forget this as an unfortunate mistake. Let's see if Alice can use the crystal. But if not, then I'm just gonna resume with everyone else's attacks. Nothing happens. Another lemon of an item. He's done. Lasik is killed. Lasik has died. Alice accomplished her wish. Nero is satisfied now in heaven. Hurry to the governor. So we go back into the chamber, nothing's in it. Completely empty. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is okay. Does MYAU have enough? MYAU just had enough MP to get us out of that fortress. But now we need to have Alice use Fly, just to get us right back to Comedy District. And we're nicely healed. Okay, I'm gonna pick up a few more burgers. Remember, the game, just because we killed the Emperor does not necessarily mean the game's over. There's one last trial to go. And it's not capping my guys. That's just a stream-specific mandate. Okay. Okay, so the guards are not aware that Lasik is dead. So they still think that they're still on duty, as if Lasik's still alive. Are the townspeople gonna change their dialogue now that Lasik's dead? Nope, still martial law still in effect. But is the spaceport still closed? I mean, I don't want to have to go all the way back to Gothic to use the Luveno if it can be helped. Huh, I guess I can proceed. They reopened the spaceport. Cool. Wait, I think I need to get another passport, don't I? Doesn't look like anyone is changing their dialogue here. Nope, it is still closed. Guess they just won't let anybody into the boarding area. Oh well. Guess we're back to using a Luveno. Now, here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to explore the final dungeon, but we're not going to confront the final boss just about yet. Remember, we still have to accomplish our main goal of this stream. And that is to cap everybody. Now, Noah does appear to be capped, but I'm not declaring it just yet. I want to make sure everyone has reached level 30, with a final accumulated total of 65,535 experience points. That's the stipulation for this game on my stream. But we'll still explore the final dungeon for a bit. We're just not going to go for the final door to confront the final boss. You can go ahead and call my rules petty, but that's the way I do things here, guys. I don't want to create any gray areas, if you know what I mean. Okay, so here we are back on Uzo. Okay, so we do have to bring out the landlord for this one. Can I use the ice digger here? Oh, okay. Yeah, so the ice digger can't be used on a sandy planet. Okay. Land robot. Okay, so Paseo's not supposed to be that far. And one of the Antolines boarded the vehicle. 8 points. Do not care for an Antoline treasure because it's peanuts. Four points. Points. They also don't know that he's dead here either. Are they still asleep? They are still asleep. At this point, these robot guards are just malfunctioning. Okay, well, I don't need to give them another cake. Oh well, let's go through the door. To be on the safe side, I'm gonna save it over here. It's something strange. Where's the governor, I wonder? Oh look, there was a trap door that caused us to fall into the dungeon. Okay, for this, let's bring up the next map. Okay, making sure we also covered all the other dungeons in the game. Mini Dungeon Caminite, done. Odin Cave, done. Nala Cave, done. Yellow Cave, done. Passageway to Gothic, also done. Dr. Levano's Hideout, cleared. Passageway to Abion Island, also cleared. Passageway to Dr. Matt's house, done. Drazgo Dungeon, done. Medusa Tower, done. Lost Island Tower, done. 1 Passage to Biomalay, done. 2 Passage to Biomalay, done. Tower of Biomalay, done. Air Castle Dungeon, just recently done. Passageway to Paseo Palace, that's also done. We were just in there. Maharo Cave, Noah, that's done. Kazma Cave, done. Dajima Cave, done. Paseo Palace Dungeon, that's where we're in right now. We'll get to that in a moment. Passageway into Zorus 1, done. Passageway into Zorus 2, done. Passageway into Zorus 3, done. Passageway into Zorus 4, done. Passageway into Zorus 5, done. Passageway to Scori, done. Passageway to Twin Town, done. Corona Tower, done. Fort Garon, done. Laconian Shield Dungeon, done. Aero Prism Dungeon, also done. Okay, so yeah. So all the other dungeons in this game have been cleared, save for the Paseo Palace Dungeon. So we're gonna go here. And it's 3 floors. Dungeon underneath the Governor's Palace. Okay, and it just snakes along. Okay, we were in a trap hole earlier. Okay, so it just keeps going into pits. And it's just nothing but winding path after winding path after winding path. Okay, let's just at least explore the area for a bit before we have to leave. Because after all, we're not going to face the final boss here, we're just only going to explore the dungeon, then get back into grinding. Are there monsters down here? Okay, here we are on the second floor. So that was B1, this is B2. Okay, there are monsters. Or rather, machines. But I guess anything can be considered a monster if you have to confront it. $58 points. 246 macetas, that should... Okay, that caps the purse. Alright, we're being met with a giant. $30 points. We don't need it, we don't need his treasure. $30 points. And a red dragon, so we have Andrew Cops down here, a giant and red dragon. So similar batch of enemies that you'd face in Lost Six Fortress. $65 points. Oops, wrong key. Miracle key, not dungeon key. $65 points. And here we are on the third floor. Okay, wait, I want to check the map quickly just to verify something. Okay, so it was just one big spiraling path on the second floor. So under the center, and there's a hidden door that leads us to the final boss. Okay. Wait. Yeah, so we got off over here. Oh, there's mammoths down here too, so I guess we don't have to go all the way back to the Zores after all. $80 points. Just a regular Titan down here, not a giant. Not effective against a Titan. $32 points. Okay, and it loops around, goes all the way over here. But at least we're able to confirm that there are enemies down in this dungeon beneath the Paseo Palace. Oh look, our good old friend the Magician's back with his good old-fashioned lightning attacks. $32 points. Okay, so the door, there's a hidden door here. See, this is where you have to go in order to meet the Dark Force. Or the mistranslation of this game is called Dark Falls, which seem to have carried over in future installments of this game in for US release. $31 points. Couple mammoths now. Okay, 80 points from them. Okay. Behind this door is the final boss. We step through this door, there is no going back. So, on that front, we finished exploring the final dungeon, but we're not going through that final door to face the final boss until all of our characters are fully capped, with no further accumulations needed in experience. Okay, 32 points. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick stats check. Level 29,000. So with 53,087 points, 52,856 points, 52,647, 50,732. Okay, we have a ways to go to get to 65,535 for all four of our guys. So we need to find a spot that can give us that could give us immediate encounters and immediate payouts. We're not going to be able to get in here, but I do know a spot that was discovered a couple streams ago. So what we're going to do is we're going to have MYAU use exit to get us out of this here dungeon. We're just going to rest up in the resting hut. Okay, so we're all fully recovered. Good. So now the next course of action will be we're going to go back to Palma for a bit. I just want to make sure I have my burgers ready. Okay, good. Wait, we need to get into a more open spot to use the Land Rover. Points. We have ways to go, so a measly points ain't gonna cut anymore. Points. We'll be back on Motavia a little later. No, hang on a minute. Nah, whatever. Let's go this way. Free recovery. $9,875 points for Alice, 7,106 points for MYAU, 7,315 for ODIN. Noah is strong enough already, so that is it for Noah. But again, I don't want to start declaring caps until all conditions are met. I know that's petty, I know that's fickle, but again, that's how I do things here. Two points. $25 points. So we're just going to specifically go back to the Tower by MLA. We're not making another trip to Lost Six Fortress. There's nothing for us over there, but there is a good grind spot inside by MLA. So we're just going to exploit that grind spot for the time being. Because we need to start building up that XP a lot faster than ever before. $26 points. $26 points. $26 points. Okay, so we can, at this stage of the game, we can declare all dungeons to be cleared. So, all that's realistically left to do is to grind our guys to level 30, get the final point accumulated total at 65,535 for all 4 of my party members, and confront the final boss and end the game. 31 points. So like I said, we're gonna continue this stream until all conditions are met. And by the time we end today's stream, it is going to be at the final level of 30, final experience amount of 65,535, and the game's ending. Points. Points. $52 points. $32 points. $26 points. 64 points. $52 points. $52 points. $64 points. $52 points. $31 points. Alright, third floor. $30 points. Let's just get everybody healed up a bit. Down a second. $31 points. 52 points. Okay, so here's where I need to be. This is... See, this is the spawns point for stalkers. So every time I go into this space, stalkers will always pop up to confront me. So I always have a confrontation whenever I need it. So I'm going to use this spot for grinding until all my guys have their levels capped and their experience capped. Plus, stalkers are easy to beat, and 66 points is not too bad of a payout. But anyways, let's just have everyone properly cured, because we went through a lot just to get to this spot. Oh, now we're attacked by titans. Okay, so we have... Okay, so be it. So be it. We need those points. $64 points. Okay, not bad either. So it's a good thing we always have stalkers whenever we need. Because I need all the I need all the encounters I can get to help build up those points faster. Alright, 88 points, not bad, not bad. Oh look, more enemies popped up. $52 points. $66 points. $88 points. I like fighting stalkers anyway because it only takes about, let's say, 3 or 4 hits to fall a single one of them. And they don't really just drag out the battles as much as titans, giants, and mammoths do. So the fixed encounter rate the fixed encounter tile here should help ease up on the accumulation process for experience. 44 points. I suppose I can give everybody a bit of a cure. And if people get too weak, then we'll just go back to common eat. Rest up and come back here. And we're just gonna ladder rinse repeat it until everyone's at level 30 with 65,535 points apiece. It shouldn't take too long as long as the payouts come frequent and fast. $44 points. Points, nice. I wonder if I can encounter 8 stalkers this time, because I have 4 party members. So 1 stalker is worth 22 points. So if I have 22 times 8, 176 points, I believe, if you encounter 8 stalkers. Experience points, that is. $32 points. So it looks like the most it's just gonna be is 4 stalkers. So which means we're only gonna get like 88 points out of it. Well, you know what? At least as long as we're above 50 points for every payout, I'm a little satisfied with that. But we're not always gonna get 4 stalkers with every encounter. So unfortunately, I guess beggars can't be choosers in this instance. Yeah, take what you get and add those points to your pool. Any of you guys watching this, you might want to get yourself a lunch, because I may be here a while. Okay, 88 points. And we got some sorcerer pop-ups. Points on top of that. So it could be a mix of sorcerers, titans, and stalkers here. You know what, while this is going on, maybe I'm just going to acknowledge that I am, for those of you who have stuck it out for this long, right from the first Phantasy Star stream up to now, I really do thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. You're all rock stars for your support. And all I can say is that after Phantasy Star, I mean, this isn't the end. I mean, there's still a lot more that will be done on RPG Capper in the foreseeable future. We're just finishing up our current crop before we move on to our next capping project. Now, I have an idea of what the next turn-based RPG will be and what the next action RPG will be, but I am fully prepared to disclose that on my Discord account before the big reveal in the next stream. And also, I just want to let everyone here know is that next week there will be no RPG Capper streams on account of the fact that I'm going to be busy as a bee to a very, very tight schedule. So I have an appointment with my bank involving a GIC transfer into a savings account. And I also have a doctor's appointment. I'm also going to be meeting up with friends at a new pizzeria downtown. And also over this coming weekend, I'm visiting my dad. And there's also the matter of an anime convention that's happening next weekend. Whether I'm going to be attending that or not remains to be seen. I'm not into anime as much as I used to be. And, but I tend to enjoy the sights, the sounds, the cosplays, the atmosphere of conventions. It might be it's up in the air on whether I'm going to be attending the convention next weekend. I'll see. But one thing is for sure is that there will not be any RPG Capper streams next week. I am taking a week off just to get all these scheduled meetings out of my way. Doctor's appointment, bank appointment, visitation with the family, visitation with friends at a pizzeria, the anime convention. I mean, it's gonna keep me occupied well until Monday the 14th of July. But make no mistake, RPG Capper will be back. And what game I'll have shown for you guys? Well, I'll leave you all guessing on that one. But remember, on this channel, we do play the high-profile RPGs. Be they turn-based, or be they action. We do play the high-profile RPGs, and I would only go and play a low-profile RPG, provided that the game can be realistically capped, which means no indefinite leveling and no indefinite accumulation of experience. There has to be a limit. There has to be an end value to the experience collected. I mean, I'm a busy bottle cap guy, so there's a lot of things I have to do besides capping RPGs on this channel. Bottle caps have lives too, you know? Okay, that was 44 points. We're still doing good for HP and MP. That's 22. So, if you guys just want to see me drop a hint on what type of an RPG I'm going to be playing next, the only thing I'm gonna drop a hint on is the next turn-based and the next action RPG are both high-profile RPGs. They were advertised once upon a time. They were appreciated by the RPG genre, both by critics and fans alike. And that's how we're gonna go. That's how we're gonna go with things around here, unless somebody really wants to press me on playing a low-profile RPG that they believe it would be suitable for this channel. Now, again, the game in question has to be cappable. There needs to be an end level, there needs to be an end XP amount. I want everyone who's watching this stream to understand this, please. I don't have all the time in the world, and I'm not immortal either, so I can't play these games forever. There has to be a point where the game must end. And remember, RPGs can be long, strenuous, and arduous in its grinding process, but as long as there is an end to it, and it can be realistically achieved, I can play that on my channel. Okay, let's heal up everybody for the time being. Look. Get everybody freshened up, and back into the action we go. $66 points. Okay. So after today's stream, the only other thing that I'm gonna have planned for the rest of the day is get some lunch, shower, then head off to see my dad. Oh yeah, and I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but Winnipeg's bus transit routes have changed dramatically. The old routes are not there anymore. Now everyone in the city has to get accustomed to the new routes. It's very inconvenient right now, but I believe that inconvenience will taper itself off after a couple weeks. But as of this stream, the people of this city are not in a good mood. They are not liking the new routes right now because they've been accustomed to the old routes for so long. It's become second nature for them to take them. So if you're unable to drive a car, or your car's in a shop or whatnot, and you have to use the bus, yeah, that's a major drawback. And it's also a drawback for me since I have to use the bus myself to get to my dad's. But in any case, what we'll have to understand here is that things in Winnipeg do change just like in any other city. I mean, also just recently, our famous intersection, if you're Canadian that is, our famous intersection of Portage and Main had also been opened up for roughly, so for roughly 45 years. That intersection had been closed off and it had been completely barricaded on account of the fact that the mayor at the time thought it would be, along with some commercial developers, wanted to build an underground mall for the citizens as part of some city revitalization project. And for a time it worked, but it did cause a lot of inconvenience for those who wanted to really cross the main intersection, Portage and Main. And also, another reason why it was barricaded off in the past was because that there were too many people getting hit by cars. But how much credibility there is to that statement is up in the air. I mean, we'd have to... I wouldn't know anything about this unless I looked through the official... I don't know, I would have to look through the official coroner's reports based upon the people that were struck and killed at that intersection back in '79, or even anytime during the mid-'70s. But it's highly unlikely that I'll ever have the time to look that up. The only thing that matters now is that intersection is reopened, and I'm just hoping that it's not causing too much slowdown in traffic and people are able to get across the street within a considerable amount of time. I mean, some of our drivers in this city can be pretty crazy at times, but even I don't think they would go as far as to mow down pedestrians at Portage and Main. But yeah, there we go. So, we have to deal with that. Plus, there is the matter... So there's that, the new bus routes. I mean, these are a couple... I mean, the Portage and Main intersection being opened is either a boon or is either a boon or a drawback, depending upon how you want to look at it, because whether to reopen that intersection has been a source of part of public debate in this city for decades. I mean, I understand why the barricades went up and all that, but whether it helped revitalize the city is kind of up in the air. Some people are fine with it, others aren't. So it looks to me like a 50-50 issue. And some people who really didn't like the barricades probably didn't like them because it was just a matter of inconvenience, since they didn't want to have to go all the way down through the underground mall, then up on the other side. Personally, I never had an issue with the underground mall or the underground passage from between Portage and Maine, but I can understand it for people with mobility issues. So there's that. Anyways, but you know what, we're getting a little too political here, and I don't really want to get into politics, even though I know I need to do something to help pass the time from the tedious grind. Okay, so we still have a bit of ways to go. Okay, but here's the thing, the stream will be continuing until all conditions have been met, so we do need to keep those... We do need to keep the payouts coming fast. I mean, it would help if more of the monsters here drop triple figure experience instead of double figure experience most of the time, because the only thing I can get triple figure experience of is if I face a whole herd of mammoths on the Zoras. But I kind of like fighting over here, because at least I get any encounter anytime I want. And fixed encounters kind of do help ease off the burden of the grinding process, in a way. Points. Okay, let's just get everyone cured up again. Okay, 22 points. Also, another thing I kind of want to build, I want to touch base upon as we continue to grind here. I know there's some people out there who seem to have enjoyed my tabletop RPG stories, including the ones where I was part of a Shadowrun campaign and another one where I was part of a D&D 3rd Edition campaign. Now I get it, yeah. I mean, those tend to be some pretty wild stories. And I think, to offset the tediousness of this grind, we do need to discuss something so people don't get bored just watching me fight the same stalkers again and again and again. But, okay, well, let's just see what else I can bring up here. Let's see. What other type of tabletop RPG stories do I have to share for something like this? I mean, I don't want to just do the ones that just got things done. I mean, some of those tabletop stories to get pretty wacky at times, and the wacky stories are the best stories to tell. Let's see. Maybe I could just relay some of the stories that some of my other friends had, even though I was not part of their campaign. Oh, hang on. I have a good one. I did a Pathfinder tabletop session with some friends back at KeyCon a decade ago. And this one was called We Be Goblins. So, in this particular module, we were pretty much a band of goblins who have been tasked with retrieving. Let's see. We've been tasked with retrieving some. I think we had to go get some fireworks from a shipwreck. I think that was the mission that was assigned to us because yeah, I think that was what the mission that was assigned to us. We were goblins and we had to go retrieve some fireworks from a shipwreck, somewhere on the eastern shore, like a few miles away from the goblin village. So, everyone had their assigned goblins. I was a goblin cleric named Poog, and that's the only thing I can remember specifically about my character, is that he was a cleric named Poog, and our job, that was tasked to us by the Goblin Chief, was to retrieve the colored powder from a shipwreck in the eastern shore. Okay, so anyways, we had our band assembled together. One of the bandmates decided to have some kind of a chewing. He had some kind of a chewing fetish. He wanted to chew on everything that he saw in sight, like chew the chair, chew the table, chew anything that's made of wood. And he also wanted to try and chew the Goblin Chief's throne, only to have the GM have to consistently tell him, no, you know better. And the guy was pretty much kind of disappointed because he can't chew on anything he wants. And then the GM had to pretty much also tell him that you also can't keep chewing on everything, or I'm gonna have your character break a couple teeth. And he's gonna have a toothache for the rest of the session. Is that what you want? And then he finally backed off. So, anyways, we were given our task to retrieve the colored powder, which is just a Pathfinder term for fireworks. And we were off to the shipwreck to retrieve all the fireworks that are stored below deck. So let me see. While we were on our way, first, I think, let me see if we ran into any encounters along the way. I think we ran into, like, some snakes along the way, and then I think one of the goblins decided to use it as a whip against the other snakes. And apparently the GM allowed it. And pretty much in a resulting melee, he pretty much just swung the snake around like a lasso, and then yeeted the snake like, I don't know, 50 yards. And then from there, all I could do for my character was just continuously provide healing magic to any of my guys who have gotten snake bites and everything. And, I think I also bludgeoned one of the snakes with my mace. But after that, the goblin with the chewing fetish decided he wanted to chew up one of the snake corpses and just set this on the grounds that he says it could probably be sustenance, until the GM decides to tell him to knock it off. So, after that, we headed up a little bit further till we got to the beach, look around for the shipwreck. So we got to the shipwreck. After we got to the shipwreck, we tried to look for the entrance below deck everywhere we could. We tried to look for a hole in the hull. We tried to get up on the deck itself, try to find a hatch that opens below deck. What else? Okay, I also had my guy go on the crow's nest for some strange reason, even though that's not the entrance below deck, but I decided to get on the crow's nest to check to see if there are any other individuals who might be coming around to try and steal our firework hall. So there weren't any people coming around to steal the fireworks, so after it was determined that the coast was clear, we all headed we found a hatch that led us below deck. So, as I followed the other goblins below deck, all of a sudden one of the band members, the one with the chewing fetish, decided that he was just gonna start chewing on the arm of one of our band members, and this resulted in a massive fist fight between the two goblins, between the two goblin party members, with one of them just blackening each other's eyes, and just being KO'd, and they both ended up KOing each other for at least for 3 turns before they regained consciousness. Okay, my guys are getting pretty low on HP, so what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna exit out of MYAU for the time being and head back to town for a bit to rest up. Okay, with that being rested up, with all of our guys nicely rested up, let's save. Okay, now back to MYAU we go. Anyways, getting back to the story. So yeah, two of our band members had punched each other out, and they were out for 3 whole turns. So, and here was I just... Now, normally my cleric could have just healed them up, but the GM decided to say, no, let's just have them rest up after that, and just so they could learn their lesson from engaging one another instead of working together as a team. But here's the thing, I mean, we were goblins, and goblins are as dysfunctional as you can get. I think, even though my character was supposed to be dysfunctional as well, he was supposed to be the most functional, at least the closest to being the most functional of all, because my goblin was a cleric. So after the goblins both our goblin members regained consciousness, I had to use a heal spell just to heal up their shiners. And after that, we actually had to continue looking around the whole of the ship to determine where those fireworks were. But we didn't have a light. I mean, it was pretty much pitch black inside the whole of the ship, so we had to check for torches inside of our item satchels. And the DM had pretty much warned us not to light a torch, because if we did that, we may set off the fireworks and blow up the entire ship along with us in it. But apparently, one of our party members didn't want to listen. He wanted to have a torchlight. He wanted a torchlight immediately. So, the GM decided to relent and let him have his way. So they just pulled out like one unlit torch with an oil-soaked rag around it. Just strike up a flint just to help light up the torch. And, we got the torch lit. And and everywhere around us were wooden crates of boxes that were clearly labeled "Danger, Warning, Do Keep Out of Open Reach of Flame." And at that point, everyone around the table we were just glaring at our party member who insisted on having a torch, because now we already know that he's pretty much put us at risk of getting blown up to Kingdom Come. So, in order to basically... But the DM was not going to have us just get blown up just about yet. He decided to have the torchbearer go into a far corner where there isn't any fireworks, any other fireworks stored, and just tell him, you just wait over there while everyone hauls the fireworks out. And so he had no other choice but to sit in a corner while everyone else was just hauling the boxes of fireworks out of the ship. But apparently it was kind of hard to lug those heavy crates of fireworks because we were below deck and the hatch was above, so goblins, I'm afraid, were not really that good in arm strength. So the ship itself was also quite rotten in its wooden frame. So the idea was to break open a hole in the side of the ship just so everyone can get the fireworks hauled out more easily. So my character couldn't do it because he was a cleric. But, so I think the muscle was, okay, we did have one party member who had to serve as a muscle, so we had to pretty much have him, we didn't really have any tools that could be used to help pry off the wooden, like, pry off the wood off the side of the ship. So I think, so he was pretty much, he had to resort to punching the walls to see if there was a weak point, and see if any part of the hull can be broken out so that we could make a hole big enough to haul out the fireworks. So the muscle of the group started punching the walls, and he kept breaking his fist. So then it was up to my character to keep healing up his fist so he can continue punching around other parts of the walls to see if they can be broken open, and thus make a hole to help haul out the fireworks. So after a few more turns of this, he was finally able to successfully punch out a small hole, but it needed to be big enough but we needed to break open the surrounding boards, just so we can expand the hole. So, the torchbearer wanted to set the ship on fire, but at that point, because he was getting tired of holding the torch, and we had to yell at him saying, "No, you're gonna set the ship on fire. We all burn inside the ship, and we'll set off the fireworks." At that point, all I could really say at this point was that we had to resume punching more parts of the wall near the hole so that we were able to make the hole big enough to finally haul out the fireworks. This took at least another 4 or 5 more turns, but after that the hole was big enough to finally haul out the fireworks. And when there's 2 of our party members start picking up one crate, one of them got really greedy and decided to haul out one of the crates himself, and then it led to this tug-of-war between both goblins wanting to haul out at least one small box of fireworks. And they were like, "Give me that. No, it's mine." "No, it's not. It's mine." And I was like, "Give that to me." I saw it first the worst, you know. Just a lot of schoolyard banter between these 2 guys. At that point, my character literally had to tell these guys to shut up and just get the fireworks out. And because otherwise I'm told them that the longer we delay inside that, the longer we delay ourselves inside that ship, the more restless the Goblin Chief's gonna get. So yeah, and so finally, so both sides had to reluctantly call out the boxes, like with 2 goblins per box, and we got like maybe like 5 or 6 boxes of fireworks out of the ship, but and I think there were like say 20 boxes of fireworks in there, but then the torchbearer got a little restless, and he thought, well, okay, I don't think these fireworks can be set up as immediately as I think they can. I mean, as long as I keep the torch away from the box. But so he decides to pick up one small box of fireworks, and all I could say is that the sparks from the torch got into the box, and it lit up the entire box right there. After that, the box exploded, and pretty much just gave the torchbearer some severe burns, and everyone who was still stuck inside that ship also ended up getting burned from those fireworks severely, and we were all trying to make up. And as a result, since the fireworks got set off, it started to set off all the other fireworks inside the ship. So we were desperately trying to get the hell out of that ship through the hole that was made. But since the hole was only large enough to fit 1 goblin at a time, I mean, we had to wait it was like 1 goblin out of the ship per turn. And while this was going on, there were fireworks just being set off all over the interior of the ship, and everyone was getting massively burned, and their hearing was getting affected just by how loud those fireworks were getting. So they were getting burned, they were getting severely disoriented, and I mean the torchbearer had also dropped the torch at that point, so I think at that point the whole ship started catching on fire. And somehow everyone managed to make it out. And while the ship was while all the fireworks were going off in the ship, and the ship itself was getting increasingly engulfed in flames, the only thing I had to pretty much just stand outside the ship and heal up all the burn damage that my fellow goblins had endured. And so the only fireworks that didn't get set off were the ones that finally got taken successfully out of the ship. So we had like, okay, how many was it, like maybe 4 or 5 boxes did I mention earlier? I don't remember now. It could have been 4 or 5 boxes, but anyways, the rest of the fireworks that were on that ship, I mean, there was no salvaging it. That ship was gone. And, oh, hold on, let me just cure up everybody here. Yeah, so, and then as just when the ship finally like burned to ashes, I mean, we all had to come up with a damn good excuse as to why we were only able to bring back like 4 or 5 boxes when there was supposed to be more boxes than that. And while this was going on, the goblin that with the chewing fetish and he just basically started picking fights with the rest of my party members. Once again, they got into a massive fist fight and knocked each other out, and for some reason, some of my other members got involved into the fist fight, and it just became a massive brawl at that point. And my guy was the only guy who didn't get involved. I was just standing dumbfounded, while the rest of the other Goblin party members were just engaging in a free-for-all, just based on what happened inside that ship. So, after that was done and everyone had pretty much knocked each other silly, I had to pretty much just get everybody healed up with whatever little healing magic I had left. And after that, we finally had to haul the rest of those crates back to the village. And then the village chief just pretty much belittled us for not bringing back more. Then it started up a big argument saying, "Oh, this Poog's fault." And then it was like, no, it's Scragg's fault, or whatever his name was. And then another fist fight breaks out right in front of the village chief. And the village chief is like, "Fuck it, just let them kill each other. We got the fireworks. Let's just have our celebration." And apparently they were still, and the rest of my party members were still fighting each other, while the fireworks that were pretty much acquired from the ship were just set off like near the outskirts of the village, with all the other goblins just watching the performance. And also as well as myself, because I was like, I'm officially done with these guys. They're beyond hope. So the Goblin Chief just puts on a fireworks display with the rest of the village, and I was pretty much tasked with lighting the fireworks because the other party members just couldn't be trusted anymore. So the fireworks display was going on, and the rest of the party members were stuck in the village chief's hut, just beating the shit out of each other. And that was the end of that campaign. So yeah, that was Pathfinder We Be Goblins. So if any of you who are into tabletop games and who play Pathfinder, I would suggest giving the Goblin module a try. It's more crazy and fun than you realize, because goblins are idiots, and that's just what makes it much more funnier and more exciting to play. So anyways, after this battle's done, I'm gonna do another stats check to see how everyone's doing. Because this is the only part of the game that I find extremely tedious, but I set the stipulation and I will meet it. 88 points. Okay, 58,596. 58,365. 58,156, 56,241. Okay, we have to keep at it. I'm not quitting. I can still show everyone that this game can be cleared. We can clear it, we can cap it, and we can clear it. Points. Okay, so since we're still going to be here for quite a while, I'm going to see what other type of stories I can bring up just to help kill the time here. Let's see if I have another good tabletop story I can relate. Because after finding the funny ones... Oh, wait. Huh. The stalkers stopped spawning. Is it just because I actually just collected the treasure that was in there? Oh, that's odd, because I thought that was a fixed encounter tile. No, they stopped spawning. Holy crap, I didn't expect them to stop spawning. Let me try one more time. Nope, they stopped spawning. Holy crap. I don't know if I just broke the algorithm in this game. Okay, let me just see if I can get off the floor and come back to this floor. And then see if that resets the algorithm. Points. Maybe collecting that treasure chest did break the algorithm, so I gotta be careful next time. Okay, 32 points. Yeah, let's just see what happens when we leave this floor and then come back to it. Okay, now let's see if the stalkers will start spawning again. Points. Points. Nope. The stalkers are gone. I had no idea that there was a limit to their... Perhaps collecting the treasure chest did break the game. That is weird. I did not expect them to stop spawning like that. Nope, just a centaur now. Alright, I guess then we're... Okay, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Points. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna have MYAU exit. And we're just gonna go back to town. Okay, so have everyone rest up. Okay, let's give this another try and see if the stalkers will come back. Because if they don't, then I have to find another means of grinding. I mean, I don't really want to deal with the mammoths on the Zorus anymore. I mean, I guess I could try fighting the mammoths in the final dungeon, I suppose. we will see. So let me see if I can find any other tabletop stories to relate. So there is this one story I've heard from one of my other friends when we were sitting in a lobby one year, in a hotel lobby one year, and pretty much, if I remember correctly, his party. No, I think this was a Pathfinder campaign. I think in this campaign, his party was involved with going out to the docks to steal a dwarf's golden peg leg. And we had to pretty much just track down this dwarf, possibly kill him and then steal his peg leg, or just rip the peg leg right off of him and have him writhe in agony on the floor. I mean, whichever they thought would work best. Anyway, so the other party members decided that they were going to they pretty much go down through this crypt first, because it was presumed that it was a shortcut to the. It was a shortcut that led to the docks. I don't know how it worked as a shortcut, but it was the GM's call at the time. But anyways, they were going through the crypt. They had maybe like I believe 4 or 5 party members in the group, and they pretty much ended up coming across some lesser demons inside the crypt, and so they're. And one of our magic users wanted to summon a demon of his own to fight against the band of lesser demons. So we had to establish this summoning circle, while everyone else was occupied fighting the other demons. Now, how he was able to complete that circle while all of this was going on is beyond me, but he was able to somehow do it. Then he had to recite a mantra just to get the demon to appear inside the summoning circle. And when he did complete the mantra, he had to pretty much roll for a successful summon. So he rolls, and the result was not the demon, but he ended up summoning one of his own party members into the circle. And apparently this party member that ended up getting teleported right from being engaged with a lesser demon to being inside the middle of a summoning circle had left him completely and utterly dumbfounded. And it was disrupting the flow of battle. So, they were pretty much just desperate to find a way just to get the battle back on track, because now there was one lesser demon that was running loose, and he was fully prepared to either gang up on somebody on the other party members, or he was just going to come after the one that got summoned inside the summoning circle. So it was a bad throw. He ended up summoning one of his own party members into the summoning circle, and then after that, everyone was pretty much racing just to kill off all these lesser demons. And he tried again to summon. So the magic user decided he wanted to try again to summon another demon into the summoning circle. But while the other party member had to leave the summoning circle in order to make space for that other demon to appear, he pretty much rolls for a successful summon, only to have a complete failed roll, and the result was him getting teleported into his own summoning circle. So he ended up summoning himself into his own circle. And once again, the entire battle just goes to shit. So, this kept going on for a while, and by the time the battle was over, everyone was just too weak to continue. I mean, and they decided to call off the campaign because apparently nobody had enough healing spells or items just for them to get to the docks and find the dwarf with the golden peg leg. So, yeah, there's that. So we still have a ways to go before we can get to 65,535 here. So we definitely need to find something else to do to help pass the time. I don't really want to get into politics because I'm not really a fan of it. But what else can we discuss here? Man, if we... Okay, 22. You know what, let me just... 60 assess. Anyways, let me just get back to the... I'm just gonna get back to the spot where I faced off against the stalkers before and see if they'll come back. But if they're not coming back, I have to change my plans. Okay, 30 points from that one. Okay, 30 points, let's go. Okay, 64 points. Okay, 52 points. Again, I'll figure out a story once I get back to my usual grind spot. Okay, here we go. Okay, we can still cure everybody up in the time being. No, I don't need to make anybody rise. That's crazy. The enemies aren't, the stalkers aren't spawning anymore. I have no idea what to make of this. I guess the game only gives you a set limit of stalkers to... Or maybe just opening up that chest broke the game. I did not expect a fixed encounter tile to just stop producing encounters. That's wild. I am officially flabbergasted here, people. I thought the whole point of a fixed encounter tile is to keep the encounters going indefinitely. But apparently there is a set number of fixed encounters. I mean, I can understand something like this happening on Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, but not here. Points. But now I'm kind of at a loss for words with everybody. I'm not sure what to do now. I mean, okay, 52 points. Well, we are still making gains in here. But now I can't face the stalkers anymore, so now I have to change up my strategy. I guess I could probably run a couple laps around Lost Six Fortress. Or I could go back to the Zorus and face off against more mammoth herds. I mean, I gotta really think carefully on this, because I need to... Because we're already in... We're in endgame mode here. Alright, 64 points. Points. $26 points. I mean, ODIN and MYAU haven't even went up a level yet. And the experience payouts are just not good. Now, if I remember correctly, the Sega Ages re-release for this game on a Nintendo Switch has a more... has a more lenient distribution of XP. I mean, I think you get like twice the XP than you do here. But we're not really dealing with the Switch re-release version. I mean, this is the old school version where XP is... XP is not generously distributed as in other RPGs. $64 points. So yeah, I mean, I was expecting the stalkers to come at me indefinitely, but look what happened. All I did was open a treasure chest. I expected to break the encounter rate. Okay, here's what I'm probably gonna do. Okay, since we can no longer face off against the stalkers, let's just rest back in town, and I'm gonna try a new strategy here. I'm gonna check in with the church. $3,072 points. 303, okay. Odin needs 512. Noah's strong enough already, okay. Alright, so Alice still has ways to go. While MYAU and Odin are on the verge of a level up. Alright, proceeding. Let me see. Okay, here's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try going all the way up to the end of Lassig's Fortress and back, and see if that really helps bolster XP payout any better. I mean, I'm pretty much throwing stuff at the wall here now, guys. But when you're in a position like this, you have to try out any strategy possible that can help accumulate your XP in a quicker succession. Okay, 25 points, so that's not enough to level up. Points. 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 Look, our old friend the Marauder's back. $30 points. Points. But we're gonna need more than that to level up, for sure. Like, wing eyes are peanuts next to swarms and scorpions. And going for the hot chocolate to face off against the wyvern. $26 points. Okay, 31 points. Okay, so we're going back into MYAU, then we're just going to try up. We're gonna go into Lost Six Fortress and just loop around to his room and back and see if that'll help bolster our XP gains any. Because I have, like, again, I'm throwing stuff at the walls here. I honestly did not expect the stalkers to stop spawning like that. Okay, 52 points. So far it seems like Alice and Noah had leveled up, and that just leaves MYAU and ODIN. $31 points. Okay, up we go, second floor. Man, just looking at this game does not distribute MP. It doesn't give you a good capacity for MP here. I mean, it would help if MP had been, what's this word I'm looking for? I would say MP would have accumulated at the same rate as HP. But the HP MP ratio is just not good. Oh, MYAU finally advanced a level. Okay, so we finally got MYAU up. Just gotta go this way. So this is on third floor. But again, we're not declaring cap just yet. I have my own stipulations for what I constitute as a cap. Yeah, everyone's MP is just too low for a game like this. It's too easy to run out of MP. If the MP growth rate was on par with the HP growth rate, in terms of extra points awarded, to help shape the capacity, it would have been more reasonable, but no. Well, you have to work with what you have. It's an 80s game, after all. Okay, 30 points. 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 Nope, that's it. That's the end of the stalkers. So I guess we're gonna have to just go for Lost Six Fortress. And back to see if that helps bolster our gains any. And if it doesn't, then maybe I'll try for the final dungeon, and if not, then I'll try Thesaurus. Because... no, I think it was this way. Alright, up we go. Points. And Odin goes up a level. Good. Okay, so that puts MYAU and Odin up, so looks like Alice is the only one left to level up. She's at 29. $33 points. $30 points. Points. $22 points. Alright, 30 points. Points. $26 points. Nope. I hope I haven't gotten myself disoriented. Okay, 31 points. Okay. Maybe let's just have a cure break for everybody right now. Okay, this is where we need to go. Once you go through these dungeons again and again and again, it starts to get disorienting. Okay, here's the stalkers, but this isn't the fixed... This is not the fixed encounter zone. $44 points. Oh look, the magic attacks are back. $32 points. $58 points. Oh my god, I think I'm disoriented. Maybe this is the right way. I don't even know. I just kind of lost track a long time ago. No, hang on. Only 2 points. Nothing but sphinxes on this floor? $42 points. No, you know what? I think I might have made a few wrong turns here. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I don't think I can actually just deal with MYAU anymore. I'm gonna try another strategy. Okay, get everybody nicely recovered. I did not want to be in here. I made a misstep. 12 points. Just wing eyes and green slimes down in this passage. .24 points. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. Maybe I'm just gonna go back to the Motavia dungeon. Oh, Zolfar, pleasure to meet you here. How's it going, my friend? How goes it? Oh, it goes. I'm just wrapping up Phantasy Star for the Master System before I take my week-long break. Going well, this game's evil. It sure is. I'm pretty much on the verge of having all 4 of my guys at the final level of 30. And the grinding process has become so tedious that I have become disoriented in one of the dungeons, so I had no idea where I was even going. I was going around in circles to the point. And get this, there was supposed to be a fixed spawn point, like a fixed encounter tile where I can face off against stalker skeletons at any point where I needed to. But at some point the spawning just stopped, and now I have to find another spot to face off against any enemies that can give me good XP. Anyways, yeah, the game's evil. This is definitely one of the toughest RPGs I've ever played. Yeah, it is weird, because when you're on a fixed encounter tile in one of the dungeons, you'd think that the enemies would never stop spawning as long as you kept going on that tile, but apparently in this case, the spawning just stopped. I don't know what happened. I think maybe it had something to do with the fact that I chose to open up a treasure chest. Yeah, one of the last time I faced those stalkers, I had a treasure chest and I just inadvertently opened it up. And what had happened was, after I'd opened up, the spawning of the stalker skeletons just stopped completely. Even when I kept going back in the same encounter tile over and over and over again, it wouldn't create more stalkers. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll try going to the next floor and going back to the floor and see if if the stalkers will spawn again. I go up a floor, then I go back down to the previous floor, head back into the same dead end where the encounter tile is, hoping to get more stalkers to show up. No stalkers. I didn't choose to reset the game, I just chose to leave the Tower of Biomale, and then after that, just come into the tower fresh and new, and see if the stalkers would reappear. But apparently, no, they still wouldn't respawn, and now I was left in a pickle. So what do I do? Do I just decide to run laps through Lost Six Sky Fortress and see if that will help improve things? But unfortunately, I got so disoriented just by going through the Tower of Biomale that I decided to say, no, you know what? Nothing's gonna work here, so let's just head. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch up my strategy here. I'm gonna go into the final dungeon here and just wander around a bit, because you can get some good spawns from mammoths and giants. Now, mammoths and giants do tend to help distribute better XP, like even in the triple figures. So, this is the strategy I'm going to employ, and it's much more easier to go around the final dungeon than it is for Biomale, because there aren't as many twists and turns in the final dungeon as it is in Biomale. So, it will, in my view, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be explaining this to you, because, yeah, you went through the game yourself as well in previous streams. Yeah, but anyway, I'm just doing whatever it takes to get to the level cap in one, so I can at least meet, the theme of this channel. Okay, so here's what we're gonna... So yeah, here we are, final dungeon. So I'm gonna go to the bottom floor and just pace around for a bit to see if fighting giants and mammoths will really help improve the grinding process. Well, best of luck is super tough. Yes, thank you very much, Zolfar. I really appreciate it. So yeah, and it is going to be the last stream I'm going to be doing for a week, because I mean, if you've been watching my streams, I don't know if you've been watching this stream earlier today, but I've informed my viewers that I've got an appointment with my bank next week. Okay, here we are on the next floor. I've got an appointment with my bank next week to transfer my GIC to my savings, and then I have to have a doctor's appointment just to get a physical examination. Then after that's done, I have to meet up with some friends downtown to check out a new pizzeria called Tommy's Pizzeria, which specializes in Chicago-style pizza. And then after that, then I may be heading to an anime convention for next weekend. Well, I mean, that's up in the air. So lots of things are going to be going down. And I got an arrow to the knee for 193 Mesetas. I opened up that chest when I wasn't supposed to, and I opened it up anyway. Well, we're finishing this, people. We're finishing this game today. How have things been going with you so far? I mean, how was Final Fantasy VII catching up? How was Final Fantasy VII catching up with you? I've been meaning to come into your streams, but something keeps sidelining me. Zolvar so good. Yes. By the way, if you hear some commotion in the background, that's just my roommates. The dogs are kind of more hyper today than normal, so we've been letting them out and frolic in the backyard for a bit. We have to take them out for a walk a little bit later. It is a nice day, after all. You've been well learned a trip about Cloud/Zack, that whole thing. Ooh, yes. Somehow avoided that spoiler since 1997. I've been able to successfully avoid some spoilers in some other properties for a while. Namely in Attack on Titan, in the Attack on Titan anime and manga. I've been trying not to let myself get spoiled with that, and I managed to be successful at it. Just really learned all you have to do was just stay away from the discussion boards and everything. But yeah, I don't, for those of you who are not to know, I'm not gonna spoil anything on Final Fantasy VII or on Attack on Titan either. Final Fantasy VII it will be played on RPG Capper at some point in the foreseeable future, but I have a whole backlog of Final Fantasy games to go through before that happens, with some a little bit more tedious to deal with than others. Namely, the real Final Fantasy II's infamous skill leveling system and the Final Fantasy III's infamous job grinding system, which would have to involve me doing the Jack of all trades challenge. A challenge that is not easily approachable, but will reward those with the greatest perseverance, and that is something I have to do because that is what we do here on RPG Camper. Anyways, let's just see how things are going to go in the final dungeon, so I'm just going to gotta head off for now, but great catching it. Enjoy! Oh yes, thank you very much for being here, Zolfar. I really appreciate having you here. And best of luck to you in Final Fantasy VII and any other games that come across your way. Sure thing, man. And now back to the game. And the infamous grinding. What time is it? Okay, it's already 2:15 where I am. We're in Central Time Zone, by the way. Central Daylight Time Zone, by the way. Okay, 58 points. Okay, how am I gonna... okay, I guess Odin could use a bit of a booster. Okay, all I know is that Alice has not reached level 30 yet, so we have to get Alice to level 30. $65 points. So let's see how we fare when we hang around in the final dungeon for a bit. Maybe I can get some better payouts, who knows? But the stream continues until we're done. We get everything capped, experience level-wise, and we beat the final boss. In we go. $65 points. Just a little bit at a time. Okay. Well, it's good that we had a bit of a guest appearance from Zolfar today. You never know who comes into this channel. Who'll come into the Soda Mansion to mingle with you. Alright. Alice shouldn't be too far from her next level. We're past the 3-hour mark, but we're gonna keep at it. Just as long as I have a means to cast exit magic, we're all good in the hood. $65 points. Okay, now we're on the bottom floor. So this is where all the Tuffy McTuffs are on this. All the Tuffy McTuffs dwell. There are 2 points. Okay, we're not going through the secret door because we don't need to go through there just yet. We're still in the process of capping. $31 points. Okay, now we got 3 mammoths. Let's see how we fare just on this one. Hang on. Okay, just also have to make sure to check a few messages since I'm already past lunch, but I've already let my roommates know that I'm in this until the end. That's fine, I can always reheat my food. Okay, let's do a quick stats check. Okay, we're past the 60,000. We're pretty much past the 60,000 mark in experience points. So level 29 for Alyssa. 30, 61,699. 30, 61,490. 30, 59,575. So Noah has a bit of catching up to do in terms of getting XP. But you know what, that's fine. We're gonna keep at it. Okay, I do like dealing with mammoths here because at least they're providing some somewhat decent payouts here. Points. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll save for a bit. There we go. Points. All right, one mammoth. Points. Points. So basically Alice is the only character that's left to get to level 30. Okay. And Noah's gonna have some catching up to do just to get his XP to 65,535. I mean, honestly, I definitely like that spawn point for the stalkers, but the game's now broken to give me the fixed encounter rate. So you gotta improvise. You have to make lemons out. You gotta make lemonade out of these lemons here. 80 points. Well, okay, so we don't have anybody else coming in here right now, so let me see if I can just come up with something else in terms of help kill the time here. What are some good stories I can share right now to help kill the time? Jeez, I'm just as actually just fun. 32 points. Just trying to figure out what... Jeez, I'm kind of drawing blanks here. What kind of a story I could share with everybody right now. I just really want to concentrate on the game, but I don't really want to bore anybody to tears here either. I need to find something that can help balance out this dead space before we can finally finish the game. Seriously, like... You know what, maybe I could pretty much relate my times with my anime club days. I mean, I guess that could be a good way to help kill the time until we can finally get to that final cap. Okay, I guess this would make for a good story. So anyways, I'm sure some of you guys back in the day may have actually joined an anime club or two. I mean, if you were around, probably you're... I mean, I'm not sure if anime clubs are still a thing today, but I know that they were quite prevalent back in the 1990s. And something which pretty much, I believe, had been bolstered thanks to the success of Robotech on national television back in the 80s. Now the thing is that anime clubs were just something I didn't get myself involved with until after I graduated from high school. And I wasn't even aware that anime clubs were even a thing until I got into university. So the first time I had an encounter in an anime club was in 2000. I mean, I was freshly graduated from high school, and I had enrolled in the University of Winnipeg at the time. So when I was there... Oh, we got 5 mammoths this time, okay. Let me just use thunder in this case. Anyways, when I had gotten started with anime clubs, I was a freshman at the University of Winnipeg at the time. And during that time, I was pretty much just looking around the University of Winnipeg, just getting used to the sights and the sounds of this post-secondary study environment. And when I was going down Riddell Hall at the University of Winnipeg, there was many different tables lined up that were there to help promote the clubs at the time, one of which was the University of Winnipeg Anime Club. And the guy who was running the club, well, the guy who was ready to run the club, He was like this really big blonde guy who actually played hockey back in the day, and he was pretty much just promoting everything about the club there. He just had a few like posters with Cutie Honey, Urusei Yatsura, Ranma, Kimagori Orange Road, all the big profile anime at the time, and he had these paper. And he had like these paper handouts that were there to help promote the club, as well as state what kind of anime you could buy at the time, because at the time, this was 2000, mind you, and anime was already in its boom period. The industry bubble hadn't burst yet, so people were really starting to get into anime thanks to the success of YTV in Canada and Cartoon Network with its Toonami block. So what I did was I walked up to the table where the president of the University of Winnipeg Anime Club was pretty much promoting the club itself, and we pretty much struck up a good chat. And he pretty much just relayed to me about everything that was going, of all the anime that he was enthusiastic with. I've actually had a good talk with him about all the anime that I was watching back in the day, such as Sailor Moon on YTV, as well as Dragon Ball. Ooh, 200 points, nice. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use exit just to get out of here, and then recover in the rest house for a bit. So yeah, I struck up a good conversation. We had some pretty good talk about Devilman, Cutie Honey, the Go Nagai stuff, Kimagori Orange Road, Slayers. I think he also had a Slayers poster there too. And we were pretty much just engaged in some good conversation regarding that. Let me see. He wasn't really charging memberships at the time. He just he just simply wanted just to see if people would be interested in even being part of the club. I mean, the club was free to join at the time. And he was pretty much the only executive member. So, I was his very first sign-up, mind you. Because of the fact that at the time I was really into anime. And, so I remember he and I were having a good conversation for at least about an hour or so before I took off and went to my class, and after class was over I went back and had another conversation with him about some other stuff. And the first club meeting hadn't been established yet at that point. He'd only just started running the promotional table for the club at the time. And by the time he had finished his promotional table, he had like about 5 or 6 signups for people to this club. And, we got a lot of people who were interested. We did get those people who were interested, and not a whole lot of people, I'm sorry to say, but we did have a significant chunk of people who were looked to be interested in being a part of the club. So I agreed to be part of the newsletter, I gave them my email address, and so I just watched my email like a hawk to see when the first meeting would be. So the first meeting was scheduled for Friday, October 13th, 2000. Yes, our first meeting at the Anime Club was on Friday the 13th. Lucky us. Anyways, so the first meeting for the University of Winnipeg Anime Club was in Lockhart Hall, and then more specifically, room 1L11, where the club meetings would start. Now, the club prez had a good lineup of shows to start. He had his own lineup that he wanted to show us, plus he was willing to take fan requests and stuff. With everything but the exception of, he was going to show all sorts of stuff with the exception of this one particular riffing show called Bad American Dubbing, where he showed like all the bad dubs that were done in America at around the 70s and the 80s. And it was a hoot at the time. It may be looked upon as cringe now, but it was pretty much a hoot when we first watched it. And then after that, we did watch Ghost in a Shell. It was the dub of MYAU, and it was like I said, the Ghost in the Shell. It was the manga. It was a movie that was licensed by Manga Entertainment, and we were watching the dub of it, and we pretty much enjoyed ourselves. It was like the first real anime we were watching in the anime club at the time. We also watched some other stuff, such as the very first episode of the 1960s Astro Boy. We watched this parody anime of Rama called Rama 1/3 instead of 1/2. And I think Kimagure Orange Road was pretty much the last show that was seen for the club meeting that night. I couldn't stay for the entire meeting. I mean, my dad had to come and pick me up at that point after Astro Boy. But it was a pretty good first meeting. Then after that, we were watching some other stuff. I remember the first 10 meetings of that club were in room 111. Oh look, Alice advanced a level, so that puts everyone at level 30 now. Okay, so let's take a look. 63,051, 62,820, 62,611, and 60,696. So everyone's now past the 60,000 range. So let's keep going until we get to 65,535. So we're 3.5 hours into the stream. But we can make it, people. We can do this. Because I'm not ready to declare cap just yet. I want to meet the level and the XP goal. Okay, I think we're on the bottom floor now. So anyways, let's continue our story here. So after the first meeting that was on Friday, October 13, 2000, we actually all had subsequent meetings on the Friday before the weekend. So people could at least have some time just to kick back, relax, talk anime with fellow enthusiasts before the weekend where people would have to spend their time studying for their tests. And I pretty much enjoyed myself over there. I did manage to make a few good friends, a couple of whom I still am proactive with to this day. Another anime that was shown during that time, for the first 10 meetings, we were watching the 1980s Urusei Yatsura show, we were watching Kimagure Orange Road, Ranma Half, yes, and Slayers as well. Slayers was also a big one at the time. Let's see what else we were watching. There was also the Christmas meeting that happened on December the 15th, 2000. But I was forbidden to attend that meeting because it was fall term finals, and my responsibilities were at home to study for the tests, and it was an English exam I had to study for that year. But from what I heard, I didn't really miss much of anything. It was just Christmas specials that were going on in that anime club. We were watching they were watching the Ranma Half Christmas special, the Samurai Pizza Cats Christmas special. I think there was a Marmalade Boy Christmas special, if I wasn't mistaken. And it turns out, the club president at the time was also trying to see how many people were able to successfully attend club meetings without bowing out. For any reason whatsoever. And it turned out, since I had to bow out to study for an English test, one other person got a special attendance award called the Mighty Madoka Award, and this award is given to anyone who attended all like all 10 meetings thus far. Or rather, who attended a meeting and never missed one single meeting before. So yeah, there's that. So anyways, let's continue with the story here. And I get hit with lightning. So, after the 10th meeting, the anime club broke for Christmas. It broke for the Christmas holidays, because since the University of Winnipeg was pretty much closed for the Christmas holidays, and would not open again until the new year. So this was in 2001. So at that point, the club president decided that he wanted to move the club meetings not to Lockhart Hall, but to a theater room, I think on the second floor. And it was actually a music room, but he was able to convince the student council to relocate the anime club to the second floor, and we were in this floor that was sort of as a music room, but there was no instruments in it. They had actually had it cleared out for the time being, and they actually had a viewing screen that pretty much could be descended from, a VCR. We also brought in like a VCR to hook up, as well as a DVD player. And the first thing we were watching at the anime club after in the 2001 New Year was X the movie. Like the Clamp movie X, which I thought was extremely bizarre. It was not the dub, it was subtitled, but yeah, that's what we were watching at the time. We were also watching more Ranma Half as well, and more Slayers. And also at that point we were starting to order pizza in. So there was pizza was brought in for the festivities, so we were like having pizza and Pepsi while watching anime. It was really good time. There was even a long 40-minute debate about hentai being shown at the anime club. Thankfully, we didn't show any of that, because that could have gotten us in serious trouble, but we did watch some ecchi stuff. I mean, the closest we got to something like that was this one obscure OVA called Homeroom Affairs, which wasn't a hentai, but rather like this romantic ecchi OVA. And we only watched the first episode. We didn't watch the second episode. Let's see what else we were watching at the time. Okay. You know what? My memory is quite foggy because this is all the way back in 2001. Oh yeah, but we also had some discussions during that time in the anime club to run the anime room at the KeyCon convention, because at the time I have never even heard of KeyCon, and at the time it was still running at the Radisson Hotel. So we were having some months long. We were discussing for many months about what's going to be happening at the KeyCon convention, what we were going to be showing. And the president was just very eager to have this going. I mean, he was able to recruit more people to the club at the time, and we were pretty much averaging 20 to 25 people per club meeting. Oh, and there is another thing I wanted to bring up. Before, this was actually still back in 2000, before the big move to the second floor. One of our club members, he was running he actually has a recording studio, and he was also doing some fan subs of Sailor Moon. He did a fan dub of Sailor Moon, which is one of the episodes that never aired on YTV. or even on Cartoon Network at the time. The episode in question was pretty much the real second episode that takes place between the first episode of Moonstar Was Born and Talk Radio, so it was the real second episode of the show instead of the Talk Radio episode. And in that episode, pretty much Usagi, or Serena as they called her in the dub, was just wanted to get her fortune told and to see if she had a romantic future with Tuxedo Mask. But also in that particular episode, it just seems like all of her friends and classmates just got possessed. And apparently in the episode, the fan-dub episode in question was called Mac Daddy Melvin because Melvin was the dub name for Umino, the nerd with the spiral glasses. And in this episode, he was pretty much just showing off. He just became like this total Chad, where he was just going out flipping up the teacher's skirts and he just wanted Serena just to give him a big kiss. And so this was just a fan dub that aired only once in the Anime Club. But when this aired in the Anime Club, it aired to a packed house. I mean, the entire Anime Club room was absolutely packed to see this. And it was probably the most well-attended anime club that we've ever had at that point, because it was like a brand new episode of Sailor Moon that was never seen before, and it's dubbed. It doesn't have the Deke dub actors with it. It was a fan dub, mind you. Yeah. So we were watching that, and you know what? It pretty much blew everyone's mind because but they also snuck in some South Park jokes as well, just because they wanted to kind of like break the fourth wall. I mean, and honestly, everyone got a kick out of it. Now, as for whether anyone will be able to watch this fan dub at all, I mean, I'm not sure if Negamoon Productions had uploaded their particular dub to YouTube or whatnot, but if not, then it's lost media. But if they did, I mean, it's kind of worth checking out just for the surreal aspect of it. Okay, well, let's continue. Okay, so 64 points. Okay, let's just do a stats check quickly. We're not at the cap, but I want to check Noah. Noah has more to go than everybody else. Okay, but now that we have everyone at level 30, let's just go and recover back in the rest house. And save our progress. Okay, let's keep at it. Okay, so let's continue on with our little story during my time at the University of Winnipeg Anime Club. So, yeah, so aside from the fandom of Sailor Moon, the whole Christmas special, and everything in between, we actually got... I mean, the club's reputation was slowly starting to build at that point, but after that fandom, I mean, attendance kind of tapered off a bit, but we still haven't got some new recruits to the club and everything. So, and then from there, it was pretty much just lather, rinse, repeat with all the club interests, just with just club viewings and club interests just coming to the fore. And if I also remember, so we may just want to fast forward to May of 2001. It was at that point that our club wanted to have its own suite at the KeyCon convention. So the club president at the time had made arrangements with the con committee to have an anime room at the KeyCon convention. So they had the Radisson booked, and we had room 1508 booked for the anime room. So I had never attended a convention before in my entire life at that point. I mean, KeyCon would have been the very first convention I would be attending. So before we established ourselves at the convention, we had to brainstorm a lot of ideas around table meetings. So we had to decide what we were going to be showing. So the club president there were so few things that the club president absolutely wanted to show at the club at the convention. One of which was episode 6 of Golden Boy, which pretty much brought together like which was like pretty much the OVA finale. But I haven't watched the first 5 episodes of Golden Boy, so I chose to sit that one out. Then there was one called Galaxy. Then there's Galaxy Express 39, but it wasn't the later dub done by Viz. It was done. This one, I believe, was done by World Events Productions, and it was an edited dub, mind you. So a lot of it got cut out, but they put some new insert music in, some insert songs into the movie to make up for this. And I remember we were watching that. I mean, the dub was not too bad, but I really hated the fact that World Events Productions had to cut out a lot of. I mean, I think the studio might have been World Events Productions. I'm not 100% certain, but anyways, they did have to cut. They did cut a lot from Matsumoto's work, and to be honest, it was one of the few things that back then that I just pretty much just had issues with the fact that a lot of anime at the time had to be needlessly cut and edited just to fit within a certain time slot, or just to remove certain content that was deemed unsuitable for children, never mind the fact that the presentation was definitely more teen or adult oriented. It was a very common practice back in the 20th century where a lot of anime had to be edited for television or home video. And at the time, club members and anime fans and kids, we didn't have a voice. No, there was no voice. I mean, the distribution industry got and what they did, you dealt with. Thankfully, we don't see such attitudes today, at least not to a major extent as they used to be back in the 20th century, but at least anime is being treated a lot more fairly now than it had ever been back in the 20th century. I mean, marketing of anime back in those days was very, very seedy. And you had to kind of do your homework to determine whether the anime you're getting was edited or unedited. I mean, okay, we got more mammoths. I do need to face off against these guys a bit more. So yeah, we had to follow. So getting back to KeyCon here, We had a lot of other stuff that we were showing. There was Bad American Dubbing 1 and 2 that the club president wanted to show. I showed a bit from my collection. I showed up one is this OVA called Tattoo Master, which looked good visually, but had a lousy story to it, which was common of anime OVAs at the time. There was Dominion Tank Police Force, which went over pretty well. We watched the Kimagure Orange Rose Summer's Beginning movie. Yeah, just trying to think, because when KeyCon 18 was my first KeyCon, which I attended for the anime club, but I was only allowed to stay there one night because my parents were very overprotective and they didn't want me staying there much longer than they wanted me to. So I was only able to stay there for one night, and I had to leave Saturday at noon the next day, unfortunately enough. Let's just get everybody healed up here. Okay, stats check. 62,050. I'm gonna use Noah's XP pool as the... I'm gonna just use Noah's XP pool as the reference to determine whether we're close to the cap, because he has the most XP left to get. And it's understandable, he was late to the party, but what are you gonna do? That's just the way the game is set up. I really wish they wouldn't use the lightning magic, because that's a lot of MP that has to be spent to cure my guys. So anyways, let's continue on with the story here. So, as I was only allowed to stay for one day at KeyCon, and also I pulled up my very first all-nighter, because I've never pulled all-nighters before in my entire life. I managed to pull an all-nighter at KeyCon 18, and by the time the sun rose, I mean, I felt extremely groggy. I had to get some coffee in me, and I had myself an O. Henry bar, and during that time, the last thing I watched at the university, at the UWA suite on KeyCon was the movie Kiki's Delivery Service, which is the dub as also. So you did get you had Phil Hartman as Chi-Chi the cat. So Kiki's Delivery Service was the last movie that I watched there before I had to head home. Oh, it was pretty good times. But also, after KeyCon was over, and we returned to regular club meetings at the University of Winnipeg, apparently one of the professors took issue with the volume being, with how loud the volume was in the anime club while he was trying to teach a course. And first he came in to let us know that the volume was too loud, and we were ordered to turn the volume down. So we turned the volume down. Then at some point, one of our club members had this incredibly stupid idea to turn the volume back up because he wanted to show an ecchi anime called Dragon Knight. And just as he was trying to put the tape in, he turned up the volume, and as the previews were going through, the same professor came in and just ordered the entire room to shut down its operations, because apparently it was disrupting his class. So we were ordered to turn the volume all the way down to mute, and we were pretty much ordered to pack everything up. And while this was happening, I mean, the club president was down in the Lockhart Hall watching something else. I think he was watching the live-action City Hunter movie with Jackie Chan. And while we were there, I actually told him about what was going on in the second floor, and he was like, "They can't do this to us. They cannot do this to us." So he had to go upstairs, and I had to tell him that they were kicking us out, and then he pretty much confronted the professor at the time. But the professor stood his ground and said that the club had pretty much committed one major noise. They committed major noise problems one time too many, and that everything had to be shut down and moved out of this room. End of story. And this led to a bit of a back and forth between the club president and the professor, but the professor clearly had the upper hand here. So the club meetings had to be shut down in that particular room, and we were not allowed to use that room again. We were pretty much blacklisted from using the room. So after that was done, we pretty much had to take like a couple weeks off to determine where we could relocate our operations. So we had to then... It was then decided to move the operations to room 4M31, which is an auditorium with a big screen. And with like a big screen and auditorium style seating. So it would be like a movie theater for us to watch. It would be like a movie theater for us to have in order to watch anime there. And for a time, it absolutely worked. We were there in June of 2001, and if I remember correctly, we were there for about a couple of months before we got kicked out again. But, let me just take a quick look. Okay, let me just finish this guy off quickly. $32 points. Yeah, so anyways, we had moved in, at that time, we had moved into a theater room on the 4th floor for our anime meetings, and it was glorious for the time that we were there. We were able to watch a lot of stuff, such as some Samurai Pizza Cats. We were able to watch more Slayers. We watched some other good movies, such as we watched Ninja Scroll there, which was amazing. We also watched the Oh My Goddess movie, because at the time it was Studio Gainax put out an Oh My Goddess movie, this was the year that it came out, and we were all and the University of Winnipeg Anime Club was in competition with the University of Manitoba Anime Club at the time, and we wanted to beat them to the punch by showing the Oh My Goddess movie first before them. And we did. We had something called we had an Oh My Goddess marathon where we showed the 5 episodes of the OVA, then the movie, then the Chibi Goddess shorts. And it was glorious. And the movie itself was kind of a poor quality with a lot of macro blocking going on in it, but we still managed to make out what was going on screen. So yeah, there's that. Now, this was going on for about a good couple of months before we were kicked out again, and pretty much what happened was, a professor had the theater room booked for a class. Just basically for an accounting class, I believe. And he needed to have the theater screen for his, to project his notes from. But apparently, at some point, we were pretty much watching some anime through for a PS2 DVD. I think somebody brought in a PlayStation 2 at the time, which had DVD support, and so they pretty much just took out some of the. They just took out the plugs that were reserved for the projector and just put it into the DVD player. But at the end of the club meeting, the video and audio plugs were not properly replaced. And when the university professor next day wanted to show the presentation to his class, he was not able to get anything showing, and it caused, according to reports, he just went off on the entire class and accused them of sabotaging the projector so there wouldn't be a class. So after it was determined that it wasn't the students' fault, and he was able to pinpoint the problem down to the anime club after doing a bit of research and also getting in touch with the University of Winnipeg Students Association, it was determined the Students Association was under pressure then to have the club disbanded. So at that point, the club was declared disbanded by order of the University of Winnipeg Students Association. And when that happened, all we could have done at that point was hold a roundtable discussion over what had happened and determine what the future of the University of Winnipeg Anime Club was going to be. It was like this big roundtable discussion, which we spent about a couple hours discussing. I don't remember the exact details of what happened, but all I remember was that we were discussing where we could take the club now that we were no longer allowed at the University of Winnipeg. Okay, let's do a stats check. 60,688. We still have a ways to go. Okay, let me just take a look. Do I need to... I guess I could pretty much do a bit of a cure. Okay, I don't want to waste too much MP. Hello to the person that came in. You're an RPG capper, where bottle caps live, CO2 bubbles never stop rising, and we cap RPGs as part of the theme to this channel. Okay, anyways, let's get back to my story here. So anyways, we had a roundtable discussion regarding the future of the University of Winnipeg Anime Club. All the major players were there. Let me see, what else we go with it. So we had to discuss what we were going to do. We decided at that point that we were going to seek out the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center in Winnipeg to see if they would be willing to let us run our anime club meetings there. And the lady that was in charge of the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center was willing to oblige us, but we had to pay like $100 a month for in rent to her, and it had to be done as a check. So we had to like write $100 checks to her every month just to hold club meetings. But the thing is that the club was always strapped for cash. We didn't really have an endless supply of money to give to the J Center. And $100 a month for rent was honestly not too bad considering what other establishments were willing to charge. But we were still strapped for cash, so we had to do like weekly fundraising to help pay off the rent, help pay off the monthly rent in the J Center. But at the same time, we also wanted to hold like little breaks to play video games with. Like we had like 1 hour video game breaks at the halfway point, and plus there was also the ordering of the pizza. So we were ordering pizza as well for our weekly meetups. So that also did kind of cut into the budget a bit, but somehow we were able to raise up enough money to help pay off the rent at the J Center to hold our meetings. But then, and we were able to do this successfully for at least another year. But then it kind of got to the point where the club president decided that he wanted to actually go to Japan to teach some English. And he did not have like a particular successor to run the club, so I was named as president of the anime club at the time. But I didn't even know, I wasn't really all that interested in running an anime club because I felt like the burden of leadership would be too much for somebody like me. But the club president did have some full confidence in me to run this. So, when the time finally came for him to, when time did finally come for him to actually leave for Japan and teach English, I mean, I was given pretty much the reins of the anime club. So, and for a time, it was okay, but at some point, some of the other club members had decided that they just had these little ridiculous get-rich-quick schemes to help us raise money for the club, and one of them involved getting one of his personal friends who worked as an entrepreneur, and he wanted to turn our Winnipeg Anime Club into some kind of a retail store, where the club meetings would still take place, but you would be able to sell some stuff, and all the money that would be earned would go towards paying off the expenses for the club. And he thought that the only way that he was only going to be able to do what he wants is if he were to become president of the club. And that pretty much left me speechless. And it wasn't until another one of our members of our club finally got involved and said that if we made the Winnipeg Anime Club a retail store, it wouldn't be a club anymore, it would just be a store with club elements. It would kind of ruin the image of the club, and there was no guarantee that we can continue selling stuff week in and week out. I mean, there tends to be a cutoff point where people would be able to, or were willing to spend their money. And that's where he pretty much decided to drop the whole idea. So, after a little while longer, the first club president finally came back from Japan. And it got to the point where I realized that he did a far better job running the club affairs than I did, because I just couldn't really exert proper authority and keep everyone placated in the club to determine that the club could run smoothly week in and week out. So I pretty much inadvertently just let the former club president become the president again, even though it was done much to the chagrin of some other club members who felt that the club president had no business being the president anymore, and he pretty much stabbed me in the back. So you can understand that now there was some club drama that was starting to rear its ugly head. So, after a little while, we changed establishments again. This time we decided to pretty much go into this one cafe called the All Your Base Cafe, which was modeled after the old meme of All Your Base Are Belong to Us. This was all the way down on Pembina Avenue, right above a pub. It was on the second floor of the pub, and it was a LAN cafe. So it wasn't just, we weren't just having anime. People were playing LAN games such as Counter-Strike, Warcraft, StarCraft, yeah, and I think that's pretty much a lot. They were playing real-time strategy games and first-person shooter games. And honestly, it was a pretty good establishment. I mean, they gave us a nice big screen TV to hold our meetings on. We had like an Xbox and a PS2 to run DVDs off of. We had... If people didn't want to watch shows, they could play games. We were serving chicken fingers, jalapeno matzo sticks, bottomless soda, the works. I mean, it was heaven when we were pretty much over there. And the monthly rent was also $100, but it was definitely worth it because people were definitely willing to come around to an anime club that was also within a LAN cafe. And they could pretty much watch anime, play PC games, enjoy some mozzarella sticks or chicken fingers. I mean, what more could you ask for? Points. Okay, let's head on out and recover in a Okay, let's do a quick savey save. Okay, now let's get back into it. $63,212, not too far now. Okay, so we're already 4 hours into this stream, but like I said before, we're going to continue until the XP cap has been reached. Then we face the final boss and win the game and then call it. I think the longest stream I've done was like 4.5 hours, and that was with a Final Fantasy stream. But we'll see how fast we get this done. I'm still kind of a little bit disappointed that we weren't able to get the endless spawns of stalkers back in MYAU Tower. I didn't realize that I was able to break the game like that. Okay, 65 points. Now we're going to continue on. Okay. So let me see what else I can provide in terms of a oh jeez, that's all I needed for bomb to go off. When I didn't even want to, I opened up. Stupid trigger finger made me open up the chest, and this happens. Okay, shit happens. Well, we're just gonna have to make up for it. $65 points. Hit no, not yes for the chests. Okay, so let me see what else I can cover in the meantime until we get to 65,535 points. So anyways, we had a time at All Your Base Cafe in Pemina back in the day. Now the cafe unfortunately did have to close down like about a year after we had moved. Like a year after we had moved in. But during that time it was wonderful. But I also remember stating an old story back when I was playing Dragon Warrior about the time that the owner of the pub that was below All Your Base Cafe had a policy where everyone had to tuck in their seats when they had finished their, once they pretty much finished their business inside the pub. And anyone who didn't comply was pretty much banned from the pub for life. But that change of policy was pretty much what I strongly believe caused the pub to go out of business, because nobody really likes to be told to exercise good manners as part of some kind of a business mandate. I mean, I get it. You do have to treat your servers and staff with dignity and respect, because their job is hard enough as it is. But when it gets to the point that you're going to be expected to do something as trivial as tucking in your seat after you've done your business at the pub, I mean, so I can't blame other patrons who think that rule is too asinine. I mean, yes, I get it. Tucking in your seat once you're done your business at the table is considered an act of goodwill and good courtesy. But when you make it, when you just make it a business mandate, in this, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see that people are going to get polarized with a policy like that. But and it showed. I mean, once the pub was losing patrons, there was actually no further. All Your Base Cafe ended up following suit. I mean, they couldn't buy out the whole building. They were already suffering a pretty significant loss just from running the cafe itself due to the advancements in technology, where more people were choosing the game at home rather than at LAN cafes. And I've been to a few LAN cafes throughout the years. They're interesting little environments. Okay, so during the time that we were running the anime club at All Your Base Cafe, and we had a good whale of a time, watched some good stuff like Hellsing, we were watching Cowboy Bebop, we were watching, I think we watched Trigun as well as some other shoujo series like His and Her Circumstances. One called Kodomo no Omocha, that's another one. Then when the pub shut down, at that point, the original club president decided he was not going to just be a part of he didn't really want to be part of the club meetings anymore. There was just too much drama, and I didn't want to take over the presidency anymore, so he gave the presidency just to one of our tape providers who had and this guy has like a massive anime collection in his house, and I mean a massive. He has fan sub videos, commercial videos, VHS, DVDs, Blu-rays, you name it, and binders and binders of burned discs with anime in them. Because back in the old days, people tend to burn discs with fan subs. Because not everything at the time was licensed. You had to, whatever was not licensed, you just resort to fan subs. I mean, you don't get to see many fan subs now today because the anime industry is trying to get as many licenses as they can, but just so they can have something to provide for their websites. Like, I'm guessing Crunchyroll is now investing more in older anime, if I'm not mistaken. Or not, there's also Retro Crush TV, Tubi, Pluto. So people can pretty much watch anime legally at the drop of a hat. more mammoths killed. So okay, it's 3:30 where I am. Okay, let's just keep at it. Pretty much after this stream is done, I seriously gotta get something to eat, and then after that, I'm gotta get my things packed to go to my dad's with. Gotta pack my bag and head to my dad's for the weekend. Well, it's gonna be fun. I mean, after all, today I have to help him establish a contact on his Teams account for some of his friends in Ukraine. But there was no problem when we had Skype. But Microsoft retired Skype, so now everyone needs to use Teams. And while it was easy for me just to get some of my other friends on Teams, for my dad's friends in Ukraine, it's not easy because they were not able to establish contact, even though I had to provide the email contact for them to use. So I have to go, I'm definitely going to have to go check out the computer and see what was wrong. Also, I'm not sure if there's but I think some of our postal workers had gone on strike, so I'm not sure if we're getting any mail. I could be wrong. We'll see. Let's fry up a few elephants. But I do need to face off against these mammoths because they provide a good payout. Just gonna check my messages as well. Okay, so food's ready, but I'm not. Just gotta finish everything over here first. Just using a thunder spell, I guess. Let's just take care of these mammoths first. $160 points. Okay, cool. 64,086. Not still a little bit more to go, but we're almost there. Get everybody healed up. Okay, let's just keep the mammoth herds coming because I like the fact that I'm getting triple figure XP payout from them. Okay, so while this is going on, let me continue on with the story here. Yeah, so after the Cock and Muscle pub and All Your Base Cafe had to shut down, I mean, again, the future of the Winnipeg Anime Club at the time was an absolute limbo. Nobody even knew where we were supposed to be going. And we couldn't find any major public places to actually run the club, so what we had to do was... apparently the club president decided in all of his infinite wisdom that it was better just to run the anime club meetings at his house. And interestingly enough, there weren't that many objections to it. I was probably the only person who did object because I was not comfortable with the idea that anime club meetings had to be run out of a private household, because the Winnipeg Anime Club at the time was supposed to be just that, a Winnipeg Anime Club, which means it's a public club which has to be run in a public facility that can be accessed by Winnipeggers everywhere. So, the mere fact that there weren't that many objections to running the club meetings out of the club president's house still baffles me to this day, and I mean, the only logical explanation was that people needed a location to keep the club meetings running smoothly, and also probably due to the fact that the club president had an ample supply of anime to keep everyone, well entertained. And okay, 200 points. That's cool. So, the club meetings had to be run were officially being run out of his house, and and it was like that for a good couple of years. And the excuse was that there were no other public facilities to hold club meetings, despite the fact there were plenty of public facilities, namely community centers and public libraries. But they wanted to find a center that could be easily accessible by everyone across Winnipeg. But apparently, but you know what? Sometimes shit happens, and we just kept running the club meetings out of the president's house. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I do need to make a quick bathroom break. Alright, and we're back. Let's just grab some elephants. Yep, Zofar was right, this game is brutal. Oh look, Noah can't even use MP anymore, down to one lousy point. Oh boy, the things I have to do just to cap everything in this game. That's the thing I don't like. I mean, facing a herd of mammoths, it just draws the battle out. At least the payouts are in their triple figures, though. Still can't understand how our entire herd of mammoths can fit inside this dungeon space. But apparently they can. Video game logic. $200 points. Okay, because I have to make sure that I... Okay. Alright, proceeding. Okay. Hope all of you that are watching this, you got yourself a big bag of Doritos. Okay, after this battle, I gotta get back to the surface. Hope you have a big bag of Doritos to snack on as you see me grind and grind away at this game. Now, I know some of you might be thinking about now how it's unnecessary for me to go to 65,535 because everyone's at level 30, but I told you. As RPG capper, I want to cap everything that I just want to be able to cap everything, and that also includes XP. Somehow, I mean, normally some people may say, oh, it doesn't matter. Well, I got a feeling this is going to bite me in the ass if I don't go to 65,535 for all 4 of my party members. So as you see, here we have Alice at that cap, MYAU, Odin, but Noah still has a ways to go. I don't want to declare, I don't want to go to the capping screen just about yet. I want to get this out of the way for Noah. Sorry guys, that's just the way I am. Just want to be thorough. So we're already 4.5 hours into this stream. Okay, I think this may be the longest stream we've ever done. We're gonna keep at it, though. So again, if you have a big bag of Doritos you want to snack on while watching this, please do. Let's see what other type of stories I could pretty much come up with. Now, you might also be thinking about, well, is this Winnipeg Anime Club still in operation to this day? Well, yes and no. The Winnipeg Anime Club, I'm not 100% certain, is still having its weekly club meetings. All I know is that they had to shut down operations when COVID-19 hit. But whether they're back up and running again remains to be seen. Although I will have to inform everyone in that the current club president, who has been running this club since 2003, I mean, he is still running things the way he always wants to run them, but I'm pretty much But he and I don't see eye to eye on a few key things. One of his policies was that pretty much all executives had to pay their membership fees, including, like, every member had to pay their membership fees, including executives, which was like $10 a year. And I thought, okay, if you're just gonna make executives pay for their membership, you better hope that they can afford it. And I guess $10 is affordable, but in the bizarre stance that in the bizarre instance that they're unable to pay their $10, well, I mean, what does that mean? Do they not have their position as executive anymore? It's going to go to somebody else who may or may not be qualified to run operations in the club? I mean, these are just one of the major cons that I've found with this new policy, but. And I get it. He's like, we're all equal. We all have to be fair here. Like, we're equal to an extent, but at the end of the day, when you're running a club, you gotta have executives to coordinate the affairs of the club. I mean, some people are more qualified to help run a club than others. But you know what? This is delving into political territory, so I don't want to delve into this too much. Okay, stats. 64,701. We still have ways to go. Sorry guys, I do want that 65,535 for Noah. I mean, it's really not out of the question to see certain streamers, I mean, spend like upwards of up to 10 hours just to finish a particular RPG. I've seen other streamers do that, but but this stream is definitely not going to go to that full 10 hours. We're already close to meeting all of our goals here. Oh look, the magician's back. Okay, but we definitely need him a few more mammoth first so that we can at least get some more points coming in. I do want the triple figure amounts. But I can't refuse any battle that comes my way. There are 2 points. Points. You know what, since I got Doritos on the brain, why don't we just discuss Doritos for a bit? So, pretty much, I'm not sure, like, what type of Doritos everyone's actually having nowadays. I mean, even though you got your default nacho cheese flavor. But I do like the sweet chili heat flavor that they have up here in Canada. It's awesome. But also, now there was also, like, I remember a while ago, for the Frito-Lay company put out some put out some really spicy Doritos levels, and they actually had it classified as level 1, level 2, level 3, and they wanted people like to get those bags of Doritos and just wash it down with like a lime Pepsi. I don't know if you guys even had such a promotion. I don't know about any of my American friends who are watching this, but I know they had such a promotion like that in Canada. And the level 1 is mildly spicy, while level 2 is medium, and level 3 is really hot. I mean, I've had all 3 levels. I've honestly thought level 2 had a decent balance of heat and flavor to it. The hottest Doritos chip I've ever had was Tandoori Sizzler. I have some friends who swear by Tandoori Sizzler, but I've had that chip and man, it does a number on your mouth. I mean, it's one of the hottest chips I've ever ate. You'd have to have a whole Slurpee just to down that stuff. But anyways, in terms of Doritos flavors, one other flavor I'm not sure has ever made its return, but if it not, I'm hoping Frito-Lay will do it. I mean, they need to bring back the Sonic Sour Cream flavor. That chip, Sonic Sour Cream, was one of the best flavors of Doritos chips I've ever had. And it was very sad that it got discontinued because it was so good. Frito-Lay is listening. We want Sonic Sour Cream back. Bring back the chip flavor, man. It was awesome. There were 2 points. Okay, now we're in 65,075. Not too long now. Ah, good. More mammoths. If we can defeat a couple more herds, we should be able to get to Noah's XP cap. Okay, okay, I don't want Alice. Well, okay, I guess Alice isn't really needed, because we're really just building up whatever is left from Noah's. Okay, we gotta cure up Alice. Anyway, it will probably slow down the battle if one of our party members gets killed. So other Dorito chip flavors. There was this one particular chip flavor that Doritos had that I didn't really like too much. It was called Midnight Burger. And it's supposed to simulate the taste of a fried hamburger in chip form. But when I had it, it was just really Doritos with mustard powder on it. I mean, I guess I can understand that they wanted to replicate, maybe using mustard helps give a close enough flavor experience to that of a hamburger, but I just couldn't get through the bag. And I had a snack-sized bag of that late night burger flavor. I mean, I had another coworker who loved the flavor, but nope, not me. Just couldn't stand the flavor. Alright, moving on. A couple more herds and that should be enough. We're already 4 hours and 43 minutes into this stream. We may just be able to finish it with a full 5 hours. Okay, all this talk about Doritos is making me hungry, but I can't leave until this is done. Alright, good. Titan's dead, 64 points. But we still need a couple more mammoth herds. And the lowly magician. $32 points. Moving on. $31 points. Hello to the new viewer that came in. $32 points. Wait, no, I don't have to do this. A couple more Titans. It's almost 4 o'clock where I am. Alright, but we're gonna keep at this. Okay, almost there. 65,458 points. Not too long now. Okay, here we go. This should be the last battle. This should be the last battle before Noah's XP cap. Hopefully. Fry up a few elephants. Let's use one more thunder magic. Maybe I should try. Maybe I should have Alice do some fireballs. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, because now fighting mammoths are a pain in the ass, but the rewards are worth it. one mammoth down. Still resilient. Okay, there goes another mammoth. There goes a third one. There's a fourth one. One more to go. That's all of them. 200 points. Alright, we're heading out. Alright, now let's look. Alice, level 30, experience points 65,535, attack 116, defense 200, max HP 218, max MP 32. We'll declare Alice capped. MYAU, level 30. Experience points 65,535, attack 116, defense 188, maximum HP 214, maximum MP 55. Congrats, MYAU, you are now capped. ODIN, level 30. Experience points 65,535, attack 127, defense 194. Max HP 192, max MP 0. You, ODIN, are capped. And finally, Noah. Level 30. 65,535 experience points, attack 85, defense 193, maximum HP 195, maximum MP 83. Noah, capped. Now let's save this to make it official. Okay. Making sure we have everything that we could possibly need. Alright. All that's left to do now is confront the final boss. We're on our way to the final boss. I don't want to use the telepathy magic to get this guy off my tail, because I need to save up all the MP. All the MP will be needed for the final boss. Here's what I'm going to use. I'm going to use this. Okay, I did not like the fact that we went back of space. Okay, it looks like the... you know what? No, never mind. Let's just keep going until we get to the boss's chamber door. Because I don't want to waste magic. That magic has to be reserved for the final boss. Okay, bottom floor. Okay, we're at the door. Give everyone their last supper. Yeah, let's make sure everyone's fully healed. Alright, saving. Okay, let's open the door and go in. Here we go. Okay. The Dark Force itself, mistranslated as Dark Falls. Notice that Dark Falls does not have a hit point meter. So, he'll die when he dies. That's not good. I guess MYAU will have to take the fall here. We don't have any burgers left. Oh, we got him! Dark Falls is killed. And thus ends the battle against the Dark Forces for now. I'm sorry, I must have been possessed body and soul by evil. You rescued our world just in the nick of time. If you had come any later, it might have been too late. We all thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Alice, your father was once king of Algol. The Dark Castle has been destroyed, Lasik killed. Do you, Alice, wish to ascend your father's throne and become the queen of Algol? Yes or no? Whatever, I'll say yes. Then you are the very queen of the entire system. I'll assist you in all ways possible. Oh, hey, Melchior. Were you here this whole time? The sky gradually clears, and the pieces returned to the Algol system. A gentle breeze caresses by a Malay. But does the breeze knows of the hardships that they endured? Alice. Odin. Noah. And MYAU. Even though the memories of evil fade away, their names will be kept in the hearts of the people of the Algol forever. Group selfie. Staff. Total planning, Usale Kota. Story by April Fool. Scenario writer, Usale Kata. More Usale Kota, no. Assistant coordinators. Finds out Tamagami Cheat Gamer. Aw, man, that was too fast. Gamer Mickey. Total design, Phoenix Ree. Monster design, Keira Kaz. Design, Rocky Now Sedamorian. Design, MYAU Choco and Chi Yone-san. Sound Bull. Soft check, Works Nishi. Assistant programmers, Konblue, Mwaka, Asi. Main program, Muyuchi. Presented by Sega. And we're back at the title screen. Okay, here's what I want to do. We had a yes or a no question from the governor. Now, I want to see what happens if I choose no. So we're going to go for this battle again. Alright, let's get started. And he goes after Alice right off the bat. Oh crap. And he had the resurrection spell. Okay, we're gonna have to wing it with 3 party members. And he's down again. Let's try no this time. No, that's fine if you so desire. You will always be welcome here. So I guess that makes the governor the new ruler of the Algol system? Okay. Well, in any case, that is Phantasy Star for the Sega Master System, everyone. We got all 4 of our party members to level 30 with the XP cap of 65,535. Just wanted to make sure all bases have been covered there. Beat Dark Falls twice just so we can get the answer from the governor, regardless of just get the answer from the governor if we were to select yes or no. And yeah, and we got our ending, so we're just gonna see the ending again. Just for the hell of it. So anyway, Melchior, how have you been doing? Doing well, huh? I've been pretty busy myself this whole week. I mean, jeez Louise, I think I must have been streaming since 11 a.m. But I haven't even had any lunch yet. I had told all my audience that this stream number 12 of Phantasy Star will be the last Phantasy Star stream. I was determined to have it completed. With all characters capped. And, yeah, once I'm done with my lunch, I gotta get my bags packed and I have to head to my dad's for the weekend. And then next week, I'm gonna be taking a week off after that, because I gotta not only decide what my next couple games will be for RPG Capper, but I also have to I got an appointment with my bank, I got my appointment with my doctor. I'm going with friends to a Chicago pizzeria. And I may be attending an anime convention next weekend. Who knows? We'll see. So, yeah, I got a lot of stuff in store. Probably I may not be going back into streaming again until possibly the 14th of July. I don't know. Also, oh wait, today's, speaking of which, happy 4th of July to all my American buddies out there. I can't believe I've ran this stream for so long without providing a good Independence Day, without wishing everyone a happy Independence Day in the US. Well, happy Independence Day, everybody, for all you US viewers. Okay, anywho, that's pretty much it, so let's head to the regular bubble screen. Alright, everybody, well, thank you very much for sticking out this long. Zolfar, it was a pleasure having you here, as well as you, Melchior. So, everything that needed to be said got said, so let's see who we're gonna raid right now. Let me get back to the channel here. Oh yeah, Ustrohazu was on. I haven't raided him in a while. Alright, we're going to be saying hi to Ustrohazu. So for everybody, thank you very much once again for being here, and I'm going to say see you next stream on RPG Capper. Take care and bye.
Yo, Capper, good to see you tonight.